Oh my. Today's Monday.
Call the meeting. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? All right, ask for a motion on the agenda, please.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda with some modifications here to remove the honorary council person and for the is it the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Title II grant?
Yep.
And remove those two things from
And
the
the
agenda.
MOU.
And the MOU for the Salvation Army.
And that was just discussion. We weren't going to ask for any particular action. So.
Okay. All right.
And with that being said, I move to approve the agenda as modified.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? All right. Mr. Davis, no internal budget revisions.
No, sir, none.
Most of all, no change in status.
No, sir.
Yeah. We have approval minutes for September 15th. Vice President Whitaker was not present, so entertain a motion on those if no changes or corrections.
Mr. President, I move to accept the minutes for September 15th, 2022 as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
And I abstain due to absence.
And on the county council calendars, we'll be here next Thursday. And the county government on Monday, the 10th, will be closed for Columbus Day. Boards and commissions. We have for Monday, 6 p.m. Planning Commission on the 3rd. And Tuesday, the 4th, we have Sewer District at 5 and Stormwater District at 6. Any changes or corrections to those? All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. You have a little bit of activity for us?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we got a few things this week. Not a whole lot, but got a couple. First thing, we have 2 personal property taxpayer errors. They reported the vehicles and said they didn't have their taxpayer errors. 2 of them for $657.80.
What's it mean, taxpayer indicated they had moved to a different county?
Well, that one, they did move to Jefferson County, but they reported a vehicle in Berkeley County. We checked Jefferson County just to see if they've actually filed a return down there. Didn't file a return, didn't pay any taxes. So not only did they file here, which was taxpayer error, so they didn't file in Jefferson County either. So they wouldn't have paid anything if we didn't even get by with that.
All right.
Mr. President, I move to accept the taxpayer error personal property exonerations in the amount of $657.80.
All right, have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
We have one more personal property office error. Gentleman had a trailer and he sold it, and they should have been taken off there and didn't get taken off there for a whopping amount of $6.98.
All right, entertain a motion on the 1 personal property tax exoneration due to office error.
So moved.
Have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Somebody.
I was reading, I'm sorry.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You have 3 real estate tax exonerations due to office error.
Yeah, they bought this property back 3 years ago, and it didn't get the tax class 3 didn't get taken off of it. And we checked; they did send in the sheet we send out to ask them what tax if they're gonna live there, rent it, whatever. They did sign it as owner occupied. We just didn't want to.
Huh.
So it's 3 years, we had to go back $3,565.63.
All right. Entertain a motion on the 3 real estate tax exoneration due to office error.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. As we always do, Mr. Barnhart, no relative, correct? No relative, correct?
No, not at all.
Just to put on the record, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you have one.
I've got a quick question for legal. This was collected by the, through the petty payment of a loan? I mean, it's, you know, if they were making it through a mortgage
Escrow.
payment. Escrowed it in, and the lender, I guess, made the payment. Does the money go back then to the homeowner and then they would divvy it up, or does it go to the lender?
It's just a credit toward
Toward the next year's, okay,
the next 2 years.
okay, good enough, thank you.
If they pay the.
But it still creates the same issue for the bank and the property owner. If it's a credit towards next year, they gotta change, they gotta modify how much they escrow and all that, but that's between them.
Yeah, they'll get it figured out.
All right. Moving on to the one application of deconsolidation of property.
Yes, sir. Charla Fry has got a couple of properties listed in the Martinsburg district. We had them consolidated, but we wanted to split them back apart. So we divided them and split them out so we could, I think we would sell one of them. But anyway, we had that deconsolidation there. We did it.
All right, entertain a motion on the one application of deconsolidation.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Okay.
And then 2 applications of consolidation of property.
You want to do both one time?
Sure.
Okay. First one's for Ryan Warner, and he has had 2 properties in the Hedgesville district, map 19, parcel 37, map 25D, and parcel 7. We put them together so they could get one tax bill. Then we have one for Laura Balks. They had 2 parcels in the Hedgesville district, map 36, parcel 38, 39. We put them together so they could get one tax bill. Just had those 2 consolidated.
Entertain a motion on the 2 applications of consolidation of property.
Motion to approve the application of consolidation.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Board and meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity. I had a water district meeting. They went over the audit with Decker and Company. It was a clean audit, so that was good. They reviewed and approved the invoice number 10 for the Bunker Hill plant design in the amount of $196,000. They reviewed and approved the task order 12 for easements for the 24-inch water main from the river plant to Berkeley Station for a price not to exceed $997,000. They approved design plans for Hunter Hills, which is in Jefferson County, right there next to hospice, 642 townhouses. Jefferson County, no, not us. They had given them approval of water, the availability statement several years ago. The only thing, of course, holding it up is American Water now has, Snyder's
Jefferson
water.
Utilities.
Yeah. So, there's a chance that they may claim it, but I doubt it because, the availability is right there. And then also Fort Evans, which is behind Carpet World, 32 townhouses.
Behind Carpet World.
Yeah. Well, Fort Evans is that old house.
Old stone house?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it might be behind
I'm
there.
surprised that they've just announced that because that came through the plan probably a month and a half ago.
The design plans for 32 townhouses. I don't know if that's all of it or part of it.
No, I think that's it.
And, of course, Jim gave the executive director's report, which is pretty normal. The woods is progressing nicely and stuff like that. So that was my meeting.
All right, Vice President Whitaker?
Yes, sir. The meeting that I missed on the first Thursday, I did have a Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority meeting, and they did give us, or give every member, a copy of what the proposed new station's going to be on the corner of Raleigh and Race. And it's past the 30%, so Michael Baker is looking for any input to have to make any modifications or changes, but I think it's going to be a very flowing facility.
They're building new buildings, or they?
Yes, yeah, they'll demo what's there and build new buildings.
Oh, really? They're demoing what's there?
Yes,
Oh,
and I've got copies of what the proposed site's going to be. And I raised a question to make sure that the city is going to give them the rain tax credits, as well as, for already the impervious property, and they're going to work that in. And whether or not there be access, or could be access given from that property location down to the linear park. So if anybody gets off of the bus with a bicycle and wants to walk it, that they're going to try to do an avenue down through, across Boyd Avenue, and then down to the creek walk. So I think
They
that,
could probably go down the old alleyway there.
yep, that was part of, they do have to get that approval to have that one property abandoned, and that the city's working on that, but it hasn't been fully, I guess, right through the legal channels yet to get rid of it. So once they do that, and then they'll open that up, there'll be a real good chance that it's gonna have a free flow all the way down there.
is there a city representative on the governing body of when?
I don't know, it's a good question.
I would think there would be.
There
but I
should
don't
be,
know.
yeah. I'll have to, I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be
And
nice to put one on, that way.
it could be a liaison through to the
Yeah.
council, yeah. I'll have to find out. I'll ask Elaine on that one. Second thing, the last meeting that I didn't attend, I was in Bridgeport for the West Virginia Corp Risk Pool Insurance meeting. It is very sound, and the surplus has been growing, which there was discussion in the board that any dividends to be returned, we'll probably do it through savings to the premium. So
They've
They're-
done that for the past
2
2
years.
years.
And they didn't have I think the economy outlook, because that's always a discussion with, with any kind of dealing with the high finances, that with the way the bond structure changed, or the rate went up 75 basis points the day before we were there. There was a lot of discussion about it, but it doesn't seem to be anything of concern or dire straits when it comes to the insurance pool. So very good order.
Did you chair that meeting, Mr. President?
No, actually, Mr. Couch, the commissioner, president of the commission from Wood County, he was there, but after that meeting, he was, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but he was going into, for his appointment with his doctor, so.
All right, Councilperson Gokenhour.
Yes, sir. Met with the executive board with the Development Authority this week and conducted interviews for 3 of the applicants for the director's position. That all went very well. And had a meeting with Landmarks this week where we were able to finalize the MOU with the Morgan Cabin Association, so that was a good thing. And really about it with that.
Okay. I did have an ambulance authority meeting on Thursday night that I was not present for, so I don't have anything to report on. Get my stuff in. Any board and commission vacancy activity?
Yes, sir. I'd like to have the interview with Mary Sue Catlett scheduled for the Development Authority.
I have that scheduled. You asked for it last week, but we're a little busy, so.
Oh, okay.
October 13th, unless you have a new doc.
No, it's not that pressing. I just want to make sure that
It is
we've
on, it
got it on
is,
schedule.
yes.
And we did get verification from the town of Hedgesville that she is their appointee, which is one of the standard seats on the development authority. So we did get confirmation from the city Hedgesville.
Very good, thank you.
Anybody else? And we have a letter of resignation from David McCully for the Senior Services Board effective September 22nd, 2022. So we'll send them out a letter and get that taken care of. Appreciate him for his service. Let's see, Mr. Davis, you want to do some of your stuff?
Yes, sir.
Start with the state budget revision number 4, Fund 001.
In your packet is state budget revision number 4 to the general fund, which represents all the checks that we received that were kind of unclassified for the month of August. As you can see, since the last state budget revision, which was done at the end of August, we received 35 checks totaling $125,132. These state budget revisions are somewhat lower, or considerably lower than what we traditionally do in the past. And that's because under the new Munis software package, all the ACHs that come in, we don't need to run those through state budget revisions. We automatically put that rate into the system. So it's not that our revenue stream is down, it's just that we don't see the ACH, which is the majority of the revenue influx that we get. Having said all that, there are 21 checks totaling $37,128 for IT services. One check of note is we continue to sell our surplus property through Gov Deals. We did get a check from Gov Deals for $3,943. When we sell surplus vehicles, we put that money right back into the capital account so that as we go forward, we can pay cash for some of the miscellaneous vehicles that we purchase. We did take delivery this past Tuesday of one of the F-150 police pursuit pickup
really?
trucks. We actually ordered it back in March,
Okay.
and it's just now coming in. So Parsons Ford did deliver that on
Saw it outside.
Tuesday. It's a nice looking
It is,
vehicle.
yes, it is.
So I'm recommending of the disbursement of the $125,132, $24 would go into the prosecuting attorney's budget, which represents a refund for overpayment to FedEx that would go in postage. $37,128 would go in information technology. The $3,943 received from Gov Deals would go into vehicles capital outlay. $2,534, which is a claims payment from the risk pool for damage to one of the Tahoe trip vehicles, would go into the central garage for repairs. The remaining balance of $81,503 would go into your contingency account.
All right. Anybody
I
else?
see several legal notices that the prosecuting attorney is going after funds that the sheriff got or confiscated. Does that never show up in here?
That's all part of their forfeiture accounts. When they get that forfeiture money, part of it goes to the sheriff, part of it goes to the prosecuting attorney, and that goes into separate accounts which are used at their discretion.
So it doesn't show up on
It
here?
does not come through here, no, sir.
All right. Entertain a motion to accept state budget revision number 4, Fund 001.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Davis, let's move on to trick or treat.
Trick or treat, as you know, it's normally about this time your office, your county council office, begins getting calls wanting to know what are we doing for trick or treat. The city of Martinsburg has designated trick or treat for Monday, October 31st, 2022, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for children 12 or under. It is an unofficial, or it is not an official event scheduled by the city of Martinsburg, so there is no rain date in the event of inclement weather. If the council so chooses, it's recommended that we also follow the city of Martinsburg and we set trick or treat for Monday, October 31st, 2022 from 6 to 8 p.m. to correspond with the city of Martinsburg.
We don't happen to know what time sunset is. I would think 6 and I would think 5 to 8 would be better, but 6 to 8 is fine.
You always do it 6 to 8.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a curve real quick. I mean, would it not be smart for us to have a rain day? I mean, I hate to think the kids feel like you have to go out in the rain and in bad conditions if they felt like it. I know we've never had one before.
We never have. It's entirely up to this council.
I don't know if anybody ever heard of anybody having a rain day for trick or treat? Okay, we'll keep it simple then. All right, entertain a motion on the trick or treat night.
Second?
Motion been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And,
We're gonna have a trunk or treat again, and
no, we didn't have that last year. That was my suggestion years ago, and I never showed up for it because I realized I had grandbabies. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. I think we got time to do the mega contract, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. Last week, as the council is aware, we had representatives from Omega appear before the council to talk about not only some of the legislative issues, government relation issues that have been accomplished over the past 2 years, but also to discuss the possible extension of the current Omega contract for the second of 2 eligible extensions for 22-23. The current contract with Omega expires the end of November 2022. If the council so chooses to extend the contract for the 3rd year, it would run from December 1st, 2022 through November 30th, 2022. Late summer next year, we will be having the discussion as to whether the county wishes the need for government relations and legislative services beyond the expiration of this contract, and if so, then we would put it out for competitive bid through our normal procurement process.
Which would be another RFQ.
It would be an RFQ. In your packet, your read ahead, you'll see that the proposed changes to the contract are indicated. This has been sent to Omega for their review. The primary changes are the month-to-month expenses, instead of $48,000 total over the 12-month period, has been reduced to $24,000. Also, we've indicated under kind of the scope of services, number 10, you'll see bullet point number 10, I indicate that all other miscellaneous services is assigned by the council. As you know, we have used Omega in several instances outside of the legislative session to gather some information and represent us in Charleston, and this contract would just reflect that additional work that they do for us.
yeah, I could see them working for us, State Road or DEP or something like
And
that.
they always have. We just put it on paper. I mean, work with the Senator Mansions and Capitos and our congressmen's, so that they do that. They can do that. Just wanted to make sure that they have the approval to do that. I know I got them working with AG Patrick Morrissey right now a little bit, so just wanted to make sure that was included in the scope of work. That's all.
And under some of the 2023 legislative issues for the county, of course, it'll be the regional jail per diem, the 1% sales tax, the property rollback tax, continue to work on legislation on the need for us to publish our legal notices in the newspaper and not be able to do it electronically. As number 6, I did add representing the county during various committee and subcommittee meetings regarding the effects that Amendment 2, if passed, will have on local revenues. I think that'll be a big topic
That'll
in
keep
next
them
year's
busy.
legislative session. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer it.
Okay, any questions from Mr. Davis? If not, entertain a motion to approve 22-23 contract with Omega to expire on November 30th.
Mr. President, I would like to move to engage the services of the West Virginia Oil Marketers and Grocers Association for another year at the contract amount of $216,000, payable monthly for $16,000 plus applicable expenses, not to exceed $24,000.
Well put, Mr. Barnhart.
Thank you.
We have a
Thank you
motion.
very much.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second?
Second, any discussion?
I think this is important because if we don't have them, we got nobody.
Right.
down there.
Well, yeah, and nobody from,
Lobbyists.
I'll add to that, Mr. Barnhart. I mean, we have the County Commission Association, Association of Counties,
Yeah,
but the
but they don't
problem,
always,
well, yeah, we're so different
yeah,
than
they
most
don't
of the
always do,
counties.
like,
And-
like Amendment 2.
Right,
They're
right,
still representing 54 other
Yeah.
counties.
right. So, and as we heard Senator Blair talk, it's a huge asset for them to be able to get the message across from the Senate to the House and the House to the Senate. And anytime you can spend, $216,000 plus 20, so it was 240. Anytime that you can spend that in the first year, bring back $538,000, and that's just for the first 5 years of that year, and that's not all of it. And then last year they even done more. I think it's money well spent. And as the old saying is, you got to spend money to make money, and that's how we're able to reduce the tax rate. So, but anyway,
Mr. President, I absolutely support the services that have been provided to us through them. I think they've done an extreme job. They've been very professional at every level. For me, it's still the amount of money. That's my hiccup.
I understand that, but I look at it as if you're able to spend less than $240,000 a year and bring back $538,000, I'll do it all day long. Give me 5 more, So, all right. I have a motion. We have a second. We had discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
All right. Let the record show that it's 3-1. All right. Right, we have a bid opening. Yes, sir. Ammunition.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, back in March, working with Tracy, the sheriff's department put out a request for ammunition. At the time of the bid opening, we only received one bid, and that bid could not guarantee ammunition, and it indicated at that time that delivery would be from anywhere from 12 to 24 months. Several weeks ago, the sheriff appeared before the council, requested that bid be invalidated, and wanted to put the RFP back out on the street, which we did. Again, they did that working through Tracy. They did add some additional ammunition. Originally, they were asking for 200,000 rounds of 9mm ammo and 160,000 rounds of 223 ammunition. In addition to that, with this current bid, they added 5,000 rounds of 308 Winchester ammo, technical 168 grain, and 5,000 rounds of .308 Winchester ammo, tactical bonded tip 168 grain ammunition. It was distributed, the RFP was distributed, it was placed on our website, and also on our various social media platforms. It was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal. We do have certification of publication that the Class 1 legal ad appeared on September 19th, 2022. The deadline for bid proposals was no later than 4:00 p.m. Wednesday, September 28th, which was yesterday, and we received 2 bids this time prior to the deadline.
I'm surprised that inventory isn't getting super low by now.
You know, we had filled up in the ammo locker. We had a pretty good surplus at one time, but I would agree. I think it's probably getting pretty low. But from what we hear, the availability of ammunition still hasn't really improved that much over the past 6 months. So we don't know what we're going to get.
Right. All right, first was Mountaineer Custom Cartridge out of Grafton, West Virginia. The 9mm and the brand name is Spear. 124 grain, $225 per thousand, $45,000 total price. Second was a 223 Remington, 5.56 Federal. $205 per 500, total price $65,600. 308 Winchester Federal, $505 per 500, dollar shot, $5,050. 308 Winchester, both of these different. This is another federal cartridge. $290 per 200, and total price is $7,250. Pricing is taxed out. Delivered, factory drop, shipped, $122,900 total. Did you ask for availability? Did they?
No, sir.
All right. All right, second bid is, I guess, Kiesler Police Supply Inc., Kiesler, Jeffersonville, Indiana. The 9mm ammo AE9DP is $242.22 per case of 1,000 rounds, $48,444. Total price 223 5.56 AE223. It comes in at $237.82 per case of 500 rounds, $76,102. 308 Winchester. Doesn't say, I guess it's what's spec'd out then. $499.73 per case at 500 rounds at $49.97.30. 308 Winchester ammo, which is spec'd out at $365 per case, $9,126.75. Lead time for all ammo is 9 to 24 months. Must order by the case. Minimum order for drop ship is 3 cases, $138,670.42. That's insane. That's for police department.
They don't have to cut their funding, though.
No, all they gotta do is take their bullets.
Take the bullets, yeah.
All right. Next on our agenda is Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, Fiber Optic Master Plan. Good morning.
Pictures.
Pictures of map.
My boss says you like pictures, so I brought them.
I do.
I told you to make it big too for you.
Yeah, and no words. No words.
This is for the second one. As you'll recall, you opened bids and awarded the fiber optic master plan study to Design 9, and then tasked me to work with them, negotiate a price, and come back with a contract. So basically, this is for the dark fiber / lit fiber that'll all be discussed in the plan from Ashburn area to somewhere in Berkeley County, to include high-level designs, legal study, paths, everything wrapped up and in between. They have a not-to-exceed price of $28,575, billed in 4 equal payments of $7,143.75. They also provided an hourly rate structure below if we get into more detail and ask for more options over and above. So if the council wants to move forward, that's the number to make it happen and really see what's on, what could it be.
This is the one from Ashburn to here?
Yes, sir.
Does it have to come from Ashburn? I don't care.
It's the area, that's where you would connect. If you wanted to go and grab it raw and bring it to somewhere, that's where you would want to go. Much like Columbus is on its way to that area, and then the Facebook fiber is coming the other direction. So yes, sir.
I have no idea.
This is just the study, Mr. President.
And we have discussed the fact that this really has never been done before. So we don't know the regulatory issues that we may come up against. We don't know the right-of-way issues that may be in front of us. So this would give us, a comprehensive report of all that, and primarily how it could impact us and what effect, if any, it would have on the state.
And, if in fact some public-private partnerships are involved in certain legs of it and things of that nature, this would be the final overview, the high level overview.
I think one other bullet point would be, and it's a small one, it would be the proposed route, which portions of that route would already be easy right away accessible, right? Because it may lay in already with a right away that we could build off of, right?
Sure.
I think that would be nice. And then,
I'll add it because there'll be a document to be signed. I'll have them add it for you.
okay,
How big a cable do you have to put in?
So the initial discussion is 2 4-inch pieces of conduit. That's part of this study.
and each conduit would handle how many pairs of fiber?
Hundreds.
100 pair, and we run off of less than a pair.
Yeah. So, and that they discuss in there lit and dark,
Right. That means the fiber's pulled through.
That's right. It not necessarily would you have to pull it full. I mean, you could own 2, fill 1, and have 1 for growth. So that's all part of what they need to lay their minds to explain to us what's the best opportunity.
So it's 2 4-inch conduits.
It's initially discussed. That will be part of what the end result will be, Mr. President, is what will be the most cost effective, leave room for growth, not be prohibitive, what the right of way could handle, so on and so forth.
And then when it gets here, we're able to sell.
The vision for this, the master vision, Mr. Barnard, is that they create this opportunity and then there could be somebody, be it public-private partner, be it the government, whatever, that owned this stuff, and that it could be sold, rented, leased, and then a form of revenue be generated from that ultimately would come back to you.
For Berkeley and Jefferson, maybe even Morgan.
This is Berkeley.
Just
This is
Berkeley.
Berkeley. But understand, creating a path could create opportunity. It doesn't necessarily need to stop here, right?
Yeah.
So just like Route 270, or you go up 70, 270 into the city on a car, we're proposing creating a path for data in fiber from there.
So basically, if you remember, Mr. Wine said this is basically like building a toll road and we'll charge toll.
That's right.
And then the other thing is, that let's say Pittsburgh wants some additional fiber coming from Ashburn. Well, we could, if the county owned it, they could actually charge Pittsburgh to tap into our fiber and extend it on up. And it's just basically trying to generate another revenue for the county without riding the backs of their taxpayers.
How long can you extend it? Is there a limit?
As far as the light reaches.
That's right. It's like,
I know when I was reviewing this, the task that was asked of them, I thought at the end of the day that the amount charged was extremely reasonable.
very much so.
But I also the economic impact of the proposed middle mile fiber route, is that economic impact for us or other agencies that may be able to use that?
Well, what we're asking is the economic impact for this body, right? What ultimately those who could use or other things could be done, that will all evolve once it's there.
Well, let's put this just so everybody's clear. Let's say this gets done. You all decide to do this from Ashburn to Berkeley County, and you light one of those conduits up, because if you light one of them up, you can pull 100 pair at one time. And let's say Loudoun County and Jefferson County wanted to use 10 pairs out of those 100 pair. They're going to pay you, this county, at least on that hookup.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, there have been other municipalities and counties around the countries that lit communities where they do this, and they create an internet service provider to provide internet to people. That's not the vision of this. This is to create, again, that toll road that in turn says, okay, company A, B, C, D, whatever it may be, here's opportunity. We'll give you some, or you can lease, rent, whatever it is, and then they go and provide services, be it data centers, be it to your house or whatever it may be.
And one of the things Gary and I talked about is this is something new. Can we as a county government, under Public Service Commission regulations, can we do it? Or do we have to almost
Become a
do like
utility
a service district similar
Right.
to water and sewer? We may have a fiber optics service district someday if we decide to do this.
And again, it's mainly there's several things. It's kind of like our recovery services. Our recovery services saves us money on regional jail bill. We all know that instead of paying $3 million, it could be over $6 million. But the main reason we try to do that, and the ultimate goal, was to improve the quality of life for the people that's going through addiction, but also for the community that they live in. Because we know that if we get them clean, they go back to work, they don't have to rob or whatever. We also know that when we create jobs here in Berkeley County, the parents of the children don't have to commute as much to DC and back and forth, and we're no longer as much of a bedroom community as we once were. The one thing that's missing in Berkeley County is this type of work. The higher paid $150,000 a year job that's more the IT and help me out, Gary. More of the
These are data centers and things like that.
And there's the data center, but there's a
The SOCs and the NOCs, you have security
The
operations
NOCs,
centers, network
yeah.
operations centers.
Yeah, so just imagine if you can bring 100 people of that nature here. It's sort of like another thing too. Amazon's headquarters. We all know that we had Alan, myself, and somebody else had discussions to go together with the state of Maryland, the state of Virginia, and us to try to attract Amazon's headquarters. Well, they wouldn't show up here because of this being one of the reasons. I would think, right?
It is.
And but yet at the same time we had everything they needed, and public transportation wouldn't have been as important to them here as it would be in DC.
Right. And you're in, like the power company, I mean, stuff like this excites them because they're ready to provide the service,
Right.
right? So there's lots of opportunity.
And we've already had discussions, some light discussions. Power company's more willing to work with us on right of ways. The Winchester Western is more willing to work with right of ways. So it's as Mr. Wine said, it could be a game changer. So, and I guess the only other thing I want to add, because we've talked about this and we've had meetings with other entities in the county, they got to be too complex, too many different, two other organizations in with us, and trying to get them to go with us, and they take the lead, and then it got too confusing, and I made a statement. I think we need to brush that here at the county council and do this study on our own without any investment from any other companies, and then after that to build it. If the county wants to go out and get other partners, that's one thing. But right now, we're proposing that this study be paid by the county council of $28,575. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I agree with Councilperson Gokenhour. I think this is very reasonable. I mean, I thought it was gonna be a lot higher than that.
So just for the record, if you don't recall, when we discussed, Design Nine also did our wireless broadband study that we had done earlier last year. Or actually broadband feasibility, they proposed a bunch of wireless work. So we've done business with them before. Dr. Cohill is, I believe, the founder and CEO. Great to work with, great, really responsive. So I'm confident that they'll be able to provide the product we need to help you make the decisions.
Yeah, your working relationship with them has been great.
Great.
Yeah. All right, entertain a motion to enter into a contract with Design 9 for fiber optic master plan and give me the authority to sign.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Pictures.
Good. Thank you.
I like how you're marking this paper.
That's it.
The next item on your agenda, if you'll recall, the council didn't commit, but discussed committing $1 million of matching funds for to-home to provide broadband to the citizens of Berkeley County. You've read and you've seen all of the grant money that's available out there, and there's a program at the state called Gig Ready, and we applied for technical service, which drives the stuff that's in front of you. There are actually two pieces here. One is, the very first one is in the top left-hand corner, is the Berkeley Priority Path, and it's very light red. You can see it. It's west of the mountains. You see it over there. The second page of that are the homes to be served. Right? We didn't ask for the second report. I'll discuss it in a minute. But long story short, those pins that you see on the second page are the homes and the addresses to be served that are either under or unserved in Berkeley County. This Gig Ready program, this is a fiber optic build to the houses. This is fiber down Route 7, up some of the ancillary roads into identified address points. And this is data that the state surveyed and did. This is not our data. And it goes from the river on the northwest end, clear down to the Virginia line, through the valley, everywhere in between, back through there. What they've done is identified these. The next step is to go on the street with an RFP for a partner, a business partner for the county, to leverage your $1 million commitment, whatever the partner solution would be, and then in turn potential grant funding to be involved, match, if you will. The preliminary budget figures for the first one that I showed you is about $8.9 million. When you think about that and you do the math, this is a really attractive proposal for a partner. If you add all of those up and divide them by the monthly costs and factor over 4 or 5 year contract, payback's really fast for this, particularly if grant money becomes available. The second,
which we know there's billions and billions of dollars out there.
huge amounts of money. And then the
Partly
second
why
one,
you see all the interduct going in around the county.
that's it. And then the second one that I gave you, they called it the the second path, and that would complete all of Berkeley County. That would lace fiber to every home under and unserved in the entire county. And that's obviously to the east of 81. That number came in at about 6 million. Your initial application for grant was for West Berkeley County. They just went ahead and did the entire county for you to see. We could put that in our bid document that we're going to put on the street, that we would like to see two scenarios: the project to the west, and then the project to, and then the county as a
Basically
whole.
phases, right?
We could do them in phases, but the next step is to find a partner to come to some agreement and find out where the money lands, and could your $1 million commitment be leveraged to make it incentive enough for a partner to pick it up and run with it and make it happen.
Well, if I remember correctly, this is what Rachel started with a couple years ago, right?
That was the master plan I mentioned, Design 9 did for us already. Theirs proposed and identified many of these. Since then, the grant market has changed drastically in many programs, but it
But
was
we
a
had
first
to have
step.
a study done.
We did have a
right,
study.
to be able to apply for
We did.
$200 million.
We did. That was the USDA money, if I'm not mistaken, where that was. Since then, even more monies came available for broadband expansion. Every person from DC to Charleston is talking about this.
But just to apply, we have to have this study.
That's exactly
Now
right.
we're ready to go after the money, right.
You have applied and got the technical assistance from the state.
right?
You've got the technical documents written. That is correct. The very next step is to go on the streets and find a partner to make it happen. You're there. You're
And,
ready to
get,
go.
and then go after the money.
That's right. That's right. Maybe you find a partner that takes your $1 million and they decide that they'll put up 7 and they do it. Or they apply and get a federal grant. The moral
You
to the
said that the
story,
rate of return and probably would be there in 5 years.
rate of return for that many is fast. And remember, it's not just rate of return for the actual construction and service, what's here. Maybe they get 60%, 50%, is the opportunity for growth once the core fiber is ran down through Route 7, right?
Is this above ground or below ground?
Most of it would be terrestrial, and they want to stay subterranean, they want to stay underground, but they will go aerial. Depends on rights of ways and stuff like that, and that would be on your partner's side, not ours. The study that's done predicts some of that. The technical study, I have those documents from Tilson that predicts what's the percentage of under and over, but it's ready to go. So if the council wants to move forward, there's no commitment, but the next step is to advertise, to look for a partner, and there are several that have already asked.
I was going to say, there are a number of providers that have already reached out to us and
I-
said, make sure we're on the list when
Yes.
you send this out, because we want a partner.
Yeah, I have no doubt we'll get good responses. And then the next application is for the gig-ready money that's there, fiber to the home. You just have to go through the process. There's money laying around.
Kind of timelines we looking at, Gary?
They predicted this to be about 18 months, start to finish. Just depends on the market.
Start to finish
How-
from
I guess they
construction and everything?
Do
That's
that.
crazy.
They'd be lighting houses up that fast.
Wow.
I mean, they could bring hundreds of people in at the same time.
If you remember, as of that many months ago, we went to the Cape State Park, and this is something that's really on federal government's radar, and that's one of the things that Senator Capito wanted to talk about. She actually brought up her
Yeah, her initiative for the
Yeah.
funds.
So there's all kinds of federal money for this. The other thing to keep in mind is, once we get, if we ever get service into the western part of the county, Katie barred the door. I mean, because there goes development again.
And this Region 9 kind of leads this. I interact with David and Rachel, David Deemer and Rachel Snavely, and they in turn with the Development Office. So we've all been on calls. Mr. Gogan and I, you've been on a few of the calls together. So it's,
David's been working pretty hard on this. hasn't
David is the resident expert in the county. Yes, sir. If you have any questions, I reach out to David, and he knows exactly what the next step is.
I think, Mr. Davis, the thing you gotta look at is how many pins are in the Back Creek Valley already that don't have service.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, service in Back Creek Valley stops, just south of the Tomahawk store.
And we've talked about, discussions we've had with the Board of Education, the difficulties that the households out there had with remote learning
school,
during
right.
the pandemic, that they couldn't, a lot of them couldn't do remote learning.
Right, they had to go to the school.
You had to go to the school, put a hotspot on a bus, you did take it to a certain
Libraries.
location.
Yeah. All right. Entertain a motion to, I think that you need to do it in phases. I think you need to just go ahead and make the motion to do phase 1 and phase 2. That way to try to light up the whole county and be done with it.
Do one document to include both with phase 1 and phase 2 in the document, right?
In phase 1, you're recommending west
West.
of 81, and phase 2 be east.
That's correct. Driven by sheer demand. Also,
Right,
see-
by the volume.
Correct.
And this is not the only commitment we're asking for today, it's just to
Put it on the
develop
street.
the RFP and get it on the street, or the RFP.
Would be the
It's a
RFP
P,
probably.
it's a P.
The RFP.
I have the draft, the Development Authority shared a draft for us to use, which is really nice. I have the technical information, so literally it's just a process, going through the process.
All right, entertain a motion.
So,
All right, I have a motion on the floor, second.
second.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a big thing. People, you'd be surprised, people move into the county and then they move back out because of this.
Gary, I didn't touch on it in my meeting report.
Eric.
Gary, the bid site for West Virginia Corporate, did you have a chance to look at that yet? Okay, all right. It's dealing with cybersecurity and what they,
I'm sorry, I did look at it.
uh-huh.
We already subscribe to 3 separate services to do that exact same thing.
Okay.
So you're in great shape.
Okay, good enough.
Okay.
But what they offer as far as.
It's very nice.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah, but I mean, it's what they're giving us as far as for our protection
Right.
and our insurance coverages. So I just wanted to make sure I knew we were well covered. I just want to make sure we just weren't looping anywhere. So, okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wine.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back on the mega contract just one time. I just want to add to that, if it's add or modify, whatever you want to say. Generally, we would say that the president has the authority to sign on behalf of the county council. We didn't do that. Is
Works for me.
that important to you, Anthony? We should do that, I think.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, all right, so, well,
He made the motion and I'll second the amendment.
Yeah.
so the motion been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So, all right. Okay, now I gotta figure out, I think it's Will Lawrence is next. Next on our agenda is Will Lawrence and Fiduciary Supervisor fiscal year 22-23 budget reallocation.
Mr. President, we're running ahead of time.
Mhm.
Everyone is fine except your 11:45 with Sheriff Harmon. Do you want to see if we can call and have him here a little earlier?
If it doesn't change a bunch of stuff, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody else is your
Yeah,
staff
Penny, can you do-
reports. Penny, what time do you want him there?
Well, we're gonna take break after Will, but I seen he was here, so, and you got 2 more things, Mr. Davis,
Mine only take a short,
10 minutes.
and then Tracy.
Let's see about having the sheriff here about 11:05, because I know how we take break.
Thank
Plus,
you.
we got bagels this morning, so.
Yeah, that did take even longer.
All right, Will, you have an idea how to
I do,
reconstruct your office?
I do, Council. Good
Good morning. As this council may know, on September 9th, 2022, our fiduciary coordinator position was vacated by Ms. Christina Eisenberg, leaving us one full-time staffer short of what our budget allowed for this fiscal year. Prior to this fiscal year, our office employed several, or I should say multiple, contractual employees, namely Maria Childers and Marty Kiesecker, whom prior to retirement of their full-time positions added a combined nearly 80 years of wills and estates experience to the fiduciary supervisor's office, aiding my office in various, bookkeeping, dealing with constituents, helping constituents through the probate process, etc. Due to my budgeting error, I failed to include said contractual employees for this fiscal year's budget, and both Maria and Marty were asked to temporarily enjoy their retirement a little more while I was attempting to sort out my blunder. In the meantime is when Ms. Eisenberg decided to seek other employment opportunities elsewhere from the county. While I fully intend to fill the fiduciary coordinator position in the next fiscal year's budget, I do ask this council to substitute the funds set aside for that said full-time position in favor of the two contractual employees, Maria Childers at a rate of $20 per hour as was previous, and Marty Kiesecker's rate at a rate of $30 per hour, again, as was previously approved. Mr. Kiesecker's duties will be general, helping constituents through the probate process, helping answering phones, checking our publication lists, and so on and so forth. Ms. Childers' duties will be highly specific, however. We have found, and by we I mean both my office and the Berkeley County Clerk's office, have found various boxes of fiduciary materials dating back to the mid to late 1990s, located at the current Berkeley County Clerk's office. Ms. Childers will examine the documents located in those boxes, record those documents that should be already recorded on public record, and scan and shred any other relevant but not recordable materials. With that, I ask for this council's consideration of the substitution of the full-time funds budgeted for the fiduciary coordinator position for this fiscal year in favor of the two contractual employees highlighted previously.
Is this the same as Ms. Eisenberg's salary, or?
I can't exceed that.
Right.
What we would do next month's state budget revision, the state budget revision that I bring in October, will make the adjustments for the pay raises, not only for the elected officials, but for the council, elected officials, but also the employees. What I would do is make that calculation for fiduciary based on 3 employees, and the residual that would be left over from 4 employees, instead of putting all that money into personnel, I would put an equal amount into contracted services so that it would be budget neutral.
So I know a lot of times there's been reclassifications of positions because, a full-timer perhaps left and was replaced with 2. So will you still be looking at fulfilling this full-time position?
Next year, he said.
Yeah. Yes, Council.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. For next fiscal year, I do think it's appropriate. As this council may recall, in previous budgetary discussions for this fiscal year, my office was engaged in discussions with Janet Holzhauser, our current deputy fiduciary supervisor, who has served this council. Geez. Anyway, has served this county for upwards of 34 years. She had contemplated retirement this fiscal year. I think that's been pushed back to next fiscal year. I don't have anything in writing as of yet, but that is also in the works as to get a specific date from Janet. But basically, we have now 2 deputy fiduciary supervisors. They're both at the exact same level. And I think to kind of combat that duplicity, The two contractual employees proposed here today will kind of fill the gaps for this fiscal year as they do.
You ready for a motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
A motion to accept the recommendation from Mr. Lawrenson for budget reallocation for fiscal year 22-23.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Will. All right, let's take a short break and we'll come back with Mr. Davis.
You're on, sir.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go. Okay,
We got it on
Okay.
record now.
thank you.
Thank you. We're back in session. Next on our agenda is Alan Davis to declaration of surplus K-9 pit, Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. As we've done in the past, included in your packet is a declaration of surplus for K-9 pit to be retired from active service and to be declared surplus in accordance with applicable laws, policies, and procedures. The ownership of pit to be transferred to his handler and partner, Deputy Stephen Dobson. In relinquishing ownership of pit, the council will no longer be responsible for any expenses associated with care, including veterinarian care and feeding of this canine.
All right. Entertain a motion to declare K-9 pit surplus.
So moved.
A motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Next on our agenda is Sheriff Nathan Harmon request to grant ownership of K-9 pit to the handler,
Handler.
Mr. Dobson.
Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to at least describe to you an amazing relationship that has been established for nearly over the 8 years of service for K-9 Pete.
Pete. Pete?
Pete.
When we think of, yeah, it's spelled P-I-T, but it's pronounced Pete.
See, I didn't have no change in
I did
status
the
to
same
screw
thing.
names up, and I still screwed it up.
We've got a formal letter. Before I read the letter, if I could describe the relationship, at least from the outside looking in, I'm not a canine handler, but I do understand the relationship with an animal that has been with the family, especially a canine that has been with the family for so long. Being a German Shepherd owner myself, I can assure you that this animal protects its home, protects the occupants within its home. While on shift with Deputy Dobson, I can assure you that at various points, oftentimes that Canine Pete was the eyes of Deputy Dobson. When Deputy Dobson wasn't looking behind him, I can assure you Canine Pete was. Canine Pete was the ears of Deputy Dobson when Deputy Dobson may not have heard a suspect in the woods or something to that nature, or anything that threatened the officer. Canine Pete was very alert in protecting his handler. So much so that this Canine Pete would give his life for his handler. And there's no doubt in my mind that he would do that. And with that kind of relationship being established over multiple years, I'm not only honored, I'm saddened that Canine Pete, being such a good canine and all that he's done, is leaving the department as a fellow deputy, but also happy that Canine Pete is actually being welcomed with open arms to the family that he's been enjoying all these years. I'm requesting the retirement of Canine Pete effective September 30th, 2022. Canine Pete will be turning 8 years old in September and has been a member of the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department since late 2015. During his tenure, he has been responsible either exclusively or as a team effort for hundreds of thousands of dollars in drug and asset seizures, money forfeitures, and apprehension of numerous suspects, including persons wanted for murder, robbery, burglary, and shooting incidents. Canine Pete has been dispatched to hundreds of calls for the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department, as well as assisting local, state, federal agencies throughout the tri-state area. K-9 Pete and his handler, Deputy Dobson, have been partners and a cohesive team since January 2019. In addition to success for the department, this team has made a significant impact on the community through various school events, for career days, and to show the positive role they play for the public. Meetings with organizations like Cub Scouts and athletic groups, and have given demonstrations at meetings throughout our county, like the Owellis Anti-Bullying Fair. September 1st, 2022, Deputy Dobson accepted a position with the Criminal Investigation Division, also known as CID. While K-9 Pete is still capable of performing his duties, it is our belief that training and time to have another partner established for K-9 Pete at his age would not be the best use of our resources. It is with this understanding, or this outstanding relationship of these officers in mind, that I am asking the Berkeley County Council to grant me the honor of awarding Deputy Stephen Dobson with the ownership of K-9 Pete. Deputy Dobson has expressed his desire to have K-9 Pete remain with him, stating he respectfully requests that K-9 Pete live out his well-earned retirement as a family member in his family, under the care of himself, along with his fiance and daughter, that they've grown attached, as well as consider him a family member of their own. This is the request I make today, in front of you today, as K-9 Pete is in the room, very anxious.
Like to hear from him, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he would say a few words.
Yeah. I would think 8 years would probably be, how long would a K-9 be active? I would think 8 years would be about right, isn't it?
It floats anywhere between 8 to 10 successfully.
Yeah,
8
Wow.
to 10.
yeah.
About 10.
That
you
still
want.
gives us 4, right?
Yes, sir.
You still have 4 K-9s.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
So you're gonna replace him, or?
We don't have any desire to be replacing him anytime soon.
What is it? What breed is it?
Internship.
Oh, well,
Midnight.
he didn't look like a
Yeah.
purebred German Shepherd.
All right. Entertain a motion to to grant ownership of the K-9 Pete to Deputy Dobson and family.
So move. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Anybody want to say anything about K-9 Pete? No? All right. Okay.
What?
Okay. All right, let's take a break for photos.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back in session. I'm just taking over the meeting just until Doug gets back. So Tracy, you want to come on up and start for us?
I need permission to apply for the West Virginia Record Management Preservation Board grant to preserve county records. It's a one-year grant. The total project is $25,589. The grant request is $23,270.91 with a match of $2,318.09. The Records Management and Preservation Board awards grants to county commissions to assist office holders in the management and preservation of county records. The grant funding will pay for the following: personnel costs to scan and index records in the circuit clerk's office for $11,000. Rebinding law book order number 16, law order books 1 and 2 with new binders for a cost of $1,889. To purchase a plat map cabinet and map sleeves in the county clerk's office for $12,709 for a total project cost of $25,589.
Now, this isn't what Ms. Malk was in here before. That's a whole.
No,
different
these are,
issue.
it's,
Plats.
these are annual records management grants. This one's a little bit larger than some of them.
Yeah, we've been getting them. We have been getting granted the most in
Right.
the state. It ranges from anywhere from 12 to 14,000.
Yeah. So Virginia, the county clerk and the circuit clerk both depend on these
Right.
grants for record books, for digitizing records, things like that, and it's very helpful.
Yeah, and this is the one from the courthouse account, right? That they, the fund.
No, that's the courthouse improvement grant.
All right, so need a motion on the West Virginia Record Management and Preservation Board grant.
I was so moved with the total match of 2318.
And the match that we use is already in their budget for personnel costs and things like that. We use that almost as a reimbursement.
Second?
All right, I have a motion on the floor, a second. Any discussion?
Is this a new position that Virginia will,
No.
or whoever, I don't know.
She has two, and I don't know what will happen come January, but the current circuit clerk has 2 or 3 or 4 employees that kind of rotate in, and they actually work in almost like in a side room digitizing grants. So it's not new positions; it's just kind of reimbursement for existing positions, some salaries.
And it says rebinding law order book 16, and I guess new binders on books 1 and 2. I don't know, are the rest of them in desperate need of rebinding?
These 3 books are in dilapidated. They're the really, really old ones, and so they need to be. These are the first 3 that are the worst.
Gotcha.
And we have to send documentation in
We have
to
to send-
support this, and that's
Yes.
why April was over.
Taking
earlier
pictures.
this
We
week,
have to
taking
send pictures before and then pictures after of what we've spent the money on and showed.
All right,
what you do for your people.
all right, we have a motion on the floor, a second. We had discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Trace, you want to stick around just a minute, please?
Oh, you want help, are you?
Yeah, I need some moral support.
All right, next on our agenda is discussion with the Health Department the addition to the Health Department, I'm sorry. Mr. Davis, you have some disturbing
Yeah.
requirements on this one?
And I've asked Tracy to stay behind to help me through my frustrations. And I've mentioned it numerous times, how she deals with the federal and state bureaucracy.
She deals with it better than you.
She does deal with it much better than me. As you know, on Thursday, June the 2nd, the bids for 122 Waverly Court for the alteration and addition were scheduled and were scheduled to be opened and read in the public record. The day before, we had received 4 sealed bids for that project prior to the deadline. However, since funding for this project is being provided by 3 different sources, $750,000 provided by the Health Department, $608,802 provided by through a West Virginia Community Development Block Grant, and the balance funded by the county using American Rescue Plan Act funds. There were a number of moving.
When you say balance provided by the county, there's a set amount that the county is putting in it, not the balance.
It was not the total balance. It was 1 million, if I remember, $1,006,000 in change.
Yeah, okay,
The total cost of the project we had estimated to be about $3 million.
right.
We received notice late in the afternoon on Wednesday, June the 1st, which was the day before we were scheduled to open the bids, that a HUD required administrative procedure was inadvertently skipped in the bidding process. What it was is we didn't send the RFP to HUD for them to review and approve. And that unless the oversight was corrected, it would have resulted in the loss of the Community Development Block Grant funding. So at my request, the council delayed the bid opening, and we sent the bids back to the 4 contractors with an explanation. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Tracy and I and Penny met, and we decided at the direction of the council to put the RFP back out onto the street. Recently, we received notification that our request, and we knew that this was ongoing, that we had requested an exemption from a required environmental impact study. And we received notification that a request for exemption was not approved. The state of West Virginia Community Development Block Grant and HUD is now requiring a full environmental assessment of the proposed building site. The site assessment to include potential impacts on the following areas of the site: physical environment to include geology and soils, water resource, water quality, floodplain management, air quality, coastal zone management, and coastal barrier resources. A biological environmental study to include terrestrial and aquatic environment, wetlands, threatened and endangered species, and migratory birds, hazardous materials, and then a social economics assessment to include zoning and land use, visual resources, biological resources, noise pollution, public services and utilities, traffic and circulation, environmental justice and safety and security. Crabtree Rohrball has been in touch with the firm that they typically use for this type of study. The estimated cost of the assessment will be $14,000 and will take approximately 3 to 4 weeks to conduct and complete. Following the site work and all the documentations, which includes photographs and data collection with accompanying letters, we have to provide packets to the West Virginia DNR, SHPO, and U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife requesting their approval. The timeline for review varies greatly depending on the agency, but we've been informed that the determination by the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife could take several months. We can't begin the rebidding process until we get this and receive HUD's final approval. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did they have our project confused with another one when it comes to coastal and environment? I mean, is this just a boilerplate thing? Goodness, really?
And
Okay. Stop.
I guess
This is what Mr. Davis warned you about. If you go after money even on 110, this is the stuff that you gotta worry about on certain money.
Strings
And
attached.
it's $608,802 of money. And while you was reading, I was going back in our other read ahead, the county council has dedicated $1,641,198 to round out the $3 million price. But
You have anything you want to add?
yeah, I was gonna say, Tracy, come on up to the podium.
Tracy knows my frustration, so she's very
Yeah.
hesitant to say too much.
The reason that we weren't given the exemption is because the addition is more than 20% of the existing building.
Right.
Well, yeah, it's like twice the size.
So that's what kicked it into.
Yeah.
I can get the bidding packet approved while this is going on.
But we can't go out for bid until this is done.
When I spoke to our project manager, he said that we could not draw down money. That this wouldn't hold it up, it's just we couldn't draw down any
Yeah,
money.
but we wouldn't want to do this without knowing what our
All the
cost is
ducks
going
are.
to be, because if something crazy came up, the salamander is living out back in the creek or something, you know, or in the drainage ditch. Nah, we won't start that process. But I guess the question is, I know how busy you are and how busy everybody is here. And I'm sure that this is something, just an extended procedure for the architectural company to do, or is this something that we just hand off to the health department, allow them to do?
No, it can't be done by the health department. It has to be done by an engineering firm that's
Right.
capable of doing this. And they have someone lined up, and I think they've already gone out and done kind of a preliminary, review, and that's how they came up with the $14,000 cost. Because I really think they're in an agreement, we don't have to worry about coastal flooding. But still, they, how it is, they've got to go out, they got to do their assessment, they have to
Gotta
put
do
their
a
seal
report.
to it and get
So
all the
is this-
documentation.
Is this
together.
going to take any time for you or anybody here to do?
Nope, it'll all be done through Crabtree.
Okay.
But I just wanted the council to be aware of it.
This is somewhat of what you talked about last week about adding costs, because you said that this is one of the projects that you look to come in above budget because of this stuff. Because of the additional paperwork that the contractor has to
anytime you do
do.
that, you have to, when we've done it before, we have to get certified payroll that we have to submit regularly. There's a lot more, and I'll use this building as an example. We're using ARPA money, but there's still reporting involved, but not to the extent that we're talking about a $10 million project here, which doesn't require near the reporting that a $700,000 community development block grant will require. I mean, we can do it.
608.
I just wanted the council to, this is one of those hiccups I wanted you to be aware of. I have Kevin Whitney coming in today at 2:00 to talk about the addition to the Day Report Center and putting the RFP for this building back out on the street. And I want to give him some direction when he comes in, hopefully today at 2:00.
Administratively, can the amount requested change without a tremendous amount of problem to include the additional funds and the loss of time because of interest rate changes? It's going to cost more money.
I mean, from the community development block grant, I think that's.
I think that was set in the grant the way that it was written.
I was looking at a way to offset the cost. That's all.
Well, and you bring up a good point, because my next question is, we got 57 million, or the county council has $57 million worth of projects on the plate that we know that we should do or have to do. And we've allocated $1,641,198 to this project. And we know that the project here at the Dunn Building came in almost $3 million above what we were expecting.
Correct.
Has anybody talked with the health department or the state and talk to them if this project comes in over budget? Do they have any more money?
We have not.
Because you, I mean, you got more money set aside for the project?
Sure.
So, I mean, that's the discussion we should be
What we
having.
would do is, if the council is so inclined, we would have this study done. We may not have all of the approvals until early next year.
I know that.
And then, based on some of the conversations here, we probably wouldn't go back out for bid until next year.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is if the state's not gonna throw, I know the state's has other money in the pot that they're trying to make projects that came in over budget whole. We know that for a fact. Right now, not unless we allocate more money towards this than we've been, which we know we're borrowing $20 million right now, which won't be enough, it'd be 30 million. Where's the other money gonna come from if it comes over budget? So that's a discussion we need to have with the health department and figure it out. You know, and work it out before we go back out to bid. And
Do you want us to continue with this, have this done? I mean, I think at this point, we almost have.
I don't have a problem to continue doing this, but before we go any further after that, I think we have to have a discussion.
Correct. But the direction from the council is to have this done, but not proceed with getting the RFP ready until this is complete.
Until we work out the details.
Right. Okay,
Uh,
okay, thank you. I didn't misstate anything, did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we need a motion on that.
Direction?
I think that would be beneficial, because if next year questions comes up as to why this project has been delayed so much, at least I'll have a record of it.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I move to accept the Waverly Court building alteration and addition impact potential,
Site assessment.
site assessment for 122 Waverly Court.
Second?
At 14,000.
$14,000.
Yeah.
Estimate.
Yeah, it'd be not to exceed unless they come up across some kind of
All right.
protected scale.
All right, have a motion.
They're at my house.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I did
Second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. If I'm correct and all my scribbles correct, that finishes out our agenda. Any items from the public? And we will be needing a motion to go into executive session, I know, for real estate and economic
Economic development, county council personnel, and possible litigation, please.
and real estate. All of it.
Sherry's getting ready to come up. Go ahead.
Go ahead. We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye. We're in executive session.
I gotta run outside.
I gotta make a phone call too.
No, I'm sorry.
All right, we're out of executive session. No action will be taken. Mr. Barnhart, if you do the honors,
Mr. President, I move to recess.
we are recessed.